Second, you were to report the address that you were living to your probation officer. When you got out, you didn't report that. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Third, September 18th, submitted a urine screen, tested positive for marijuana, MDMA, cocaine, amphetamine, and methamphetamine. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Novotny?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to waive the final hearing and admit to the violations forth.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
What's your plea to those violations?
Guilty.
I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. Well, that's it?
During prison,
What?
during my prison sentence, I engaged in the same, criminal activities I engaged myself in as if I was at home, surrounding myself around the same people. I used drugs the whole entire time, sold hooch, and I didn't take advantage of the opportunity I had to
Why not?
do programs.
You like it there?
No,
Then
sir.
why didn't you take advantage of whatever opportunities you had?
It was hard.
I mean, did you spend time putting that shit all over your face? Is that what you spent time doing?
Yes,
That's
sir.
a good idea. Okay. So why did you go there and waste time?
Being stupid, not thinking
Why?
about my future.
Why?
I have a drug problem. I like to get high. I
Okay.
choose my drug problem over everything else.
Are you gonna wander through life in and out of courtrooms saying you have a drug problem?
No, sir.
Why don't you do something about it?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? I mean, when were we here on the probable cause hearing? September 18th. You've been sitting over there for 3 months on this violation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's all you've got to say to me?
No, sir. I want a chance at treatment. I want to go get help.
I thought, let's see, when you were here in July of '24, who sent you to NeoCap?
You, Your Honor,
Me. What did you do at NeoCap?
attempted to escape and leave the facility.
What?
I attempted to escape the
I
facility.
can't hear you. Speak up.
I attempted to escape the NeoCap facility.
How did you do that?
Ran to the door and tried to kick it open.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Didn't want to be there.
Didn't want, I thought you just told me you wanted treatment.
I do, Your Honor.
You do. Now, you just wrote me a letter, I just read it this morning. And you, you admitted to me, and really, you admitted to me that you just told me what you thought I wanted to hear and what would get you home the fastest way. I mean, do you think I'm a goddamn idiot or something?
No,
You think
sir.
I don't see through everybody that sits right here and says exactly what you say? And now you sit here again, telling me the exact same thing. Now, on the off chance that I believed you the first time, when you were here, why in the world would I believe you the second time, when you did the exact opposite of what you told me you wanted the first time? You're not the smartest guy in the world, okay? If you were, you wouldn't be sitting here where you are. Now, why didn't you report after you got out of prison?
After I got off the Greyhound bus, there was somebody at the bus stop smoking marijuana, and I decided to smoke it. So that was my first.
Where did you get off the Greyhound bus?
Cleveland.
Okay. And what was your plan once you got off the Greyhound bus?
I had an Uber set up for me, and I was supposed to go home to my dad's house and report Monday to parole and probation.
Okay.
I had marijuana in my system, and during the weekend, that marijuana turned into cocaine and methamphetamine and other substances.
So there's a guy smoking pot at the Greyhound station. And how is it that you happen to smoke pot with him?
I asked him if I could smoke it. I asked him if I could hit it, and he let me hit it.
And then where'd you go?
To my mom's house in Cleveland.
Okay. Why did you go there?
'Cause I
So
knew it
there's
was-
just some poor son of a bitch with an Uber sitting there waiting for you, and you just never show up?
Yeah, I didn't show up.
Okay. Why did you go to your mom's house?
Because I knew there was more access to drugs. That was the closest place to where I was at to go get high again.
Okay, so what happened?
I ended up going to my mom's house, seeing my mom for a minute, and ended up smoking some crack.
Where'd you get the crack?
My mom,
From your mom. And then what'd you do?
ended up staying at my mom's for a couple weeks. Had a friend come pick me up, went and stayed at her house in Canton, Ohio, because I knew I had warrant out in Painesville for parole and probation. So I stayed out in Canton so that, I wouldn't get caught. And,
How'd that work out?
not good, because I came out to Painesville.
Why'd you come to Painesville?
See my dad, make sure everything's all right at the house, just see my family,
What do you mean, make sure everything's all right at the house?
visit my dad, just see how he's doing. I didn't see him when I came home from prison.
So what month was that?
September.
So you spent a month running around like a 12-year-old,
Yes, sir.
and so how did you get caught? How did you end up in jail?
The girl I was staying with was upset at me because I didn't come home that night.
Who?
Faith Burr. She seen me walking in Painesville and, called the police and said, "This is where he's at, he has a warrant." I was unaware that she did that because I didn't know she seen me, and they pulled up on me and stopped me and asked me my name. I told them my name and got arrested.
What were you doing in Ashtabula that got you in trouble there?
Hunter McElroy.
Hunter? It's always a good idea to get out of prison and hang around with the McElroys. How do you know Hunter McElroy?
Juvenile, juvenile detention, DYS.
How is it that you ended up seeing Hunter McElroy in Ashtabula?
While being at Faith's house, Faith, I guess, is related to Damian Gladding somehow, so Damian Gladding and Hunter ended up coming to Faith's house while I was staying there.
Where's Faith's house?
Canton.
Canton. How did the McElroys and the Gladdings get to Canton?
They got dropped off by somebody.
Okay, how did they know you were there?
Faith posted me on Snapchat, pictures of me and stuff.
Snapchat. Snapchat. What are you doing on Snapchat?
Girl I was with took pictures of me and posted them.
So far, everything you've told me, you've done zero since you got out that's been productive.
Yes, sir.
After doing zero when you were in, that was productive. After doing zero when you were out before you went in, that was productive. You've never done a goddamn productive thing in your entire life, have you?
No, sir.
How old are you?
21.
All right. And this is gonna continue on for how long?
Stops now.
Stops now. Stops now. Because why? Because you said it stops now?
I just want to better my life. I don't want to keep doing this and coming to court and, being locked up. I want to, get a job and
I
try
don't
to
know
get my
about that.
education.
I think you enjoy this shit.
I do not.
I
No,
think
sir.
you do, or you wouldn't keep beating your head against the wall. So you've been sitting over there for 3 months now
Yes, sir.
on this charge. So tell me what your plan is to better your life.
My plan is right now, I was hoping to, be able to get a chance at treatment.
I didn't say what, I don't wanna know what your hopes are. I wanna know what your plan is.
I want to stay sober. I want to,
Okay, that's a goal. What's the plan? There's a difference between a goal and a plan. What's the plan? You don't know. You don't have a plan. What have you been doing for 3 months over there?
I have goals. I have things I want to achieve. I know the steps I have to take to
I
get
have
to where I
goals
have to
too.
get to.
I have goals too, okay?
My plan is to better my life, to not be a nothing, to be a something.
The better your life is a result of the execution of a plan. You don't have any understanding of what you have to do. Because if you did, you would tell me exactly what you have to do today, tomorrow, and every day after that. Not a hope. When did you decide that your goal was to have a better life? When did you decide that?
That's not a goal.
When did you decide you wanted to have a better life?
No, I mean, I've been decided. I just haven't put in the work and the efforts to do it.
Why not?
Not, I don't know. Going back to what I'm used to doing, just being comfortable with.
Did doing what you used to do advance you to having a better life?
No, sir.
Then why did you do it?
Comfortable with it.
Comfortable with it. You're comfortable with this?
And at the time I was. This is all I know. This is all I've been doing my whole life since I was 12.
Right.
I haven't had much freedom. This is all I've been doing. I don't like it. I'd rather not do it, but this is where I'm most comfortable.
This is why I asked you, and I know you've been doing this your entire life. Okay, I know that. I knew that when you came in here a year and a half ago. That's why I ordered you to do what I ordered you to do. But you decided that you like doing what you've been doing for the last decade, so you kept on doing it.
Yes, sir.
So now, I'm supposed to magically believe that you don't want to do this anymore.
No, sir.
Then what is it I'm supposed to believe?
I guess it's really not anything for you to believe. It's just I don't know, I want to do different. I don't know. I don't want to keep doing this. It hasn't got me nowhere. I'm not really here to make you believe it, but
All right, so if I believe you and you don't want to keep doing this, then you have to figure out a way to not keep doing this. And you haven't given that any thought beyond, I don't want to do this anymore. That's the extent of what you have put into this.
I want to get my education. I want to stay sober. I want to, I want to get a job and work.
Okay,
Something I've never done
what is
before.
it that I have to do with any of that? Are you depending on me to make that happen?
And those are the steps that I have to do. This is what I have to do to change what's going on in my life now.
You haven't been to court in Ashtabula yet, have you? Huh?
Court in Ashtabula for what?
What?
Court in Ashtabula for what?
Didn't you commit a crime in Ashtabula?
No, sir.
No? What am I missing here, Ms. Knaus?
Your Honor, he has a pending receiving stolen property in
You didn't know that?
No, sir.
September 15th was the offense date.
Okay. You don't remember that?
No, the Faith Berg girl that I was with, the argument we had, she was mad because I didn't come back that night with the car, but it was never said that it was something that was,
It's pending, recorded. No.
this is something I was unaware of, yes, sir. I did not know this.
Well. I mean, perhaps if you weren't always getting high, you'd probably remember things better.
Yes, sir.
Now, what were your terms, do you remember what your terms of probation were from back in July of '24?
No, sir.
No. Why not?
Didn't care about it.
No, you didn't. I thought you told me you wanted to get your GED.
Yes, sir. I worked towards that while I was in prison. I actually did school the entire time I was in prison. I just I couldn't pass the test. I was a couple points off.
It's probably because you were getting high all the time.
Yes, sir.
How is it that you were getting drugs in prison? That shocks me. How are you getting drugs in prison?
It's all over.
I know it's all over. But how did you get them?
From other people. I wasn't getting them in prison. I was just getting them from the people that were there.
They were just giving it to you?
I was buying it.
You were buying it. Where'd you get the money to buy it?
Friends, call friends, phone numbers, and ask them to send a cash app or something like that. Or commissary food.
So how did you expect to pass the GED test if you were getting high all the time in prison?
I didn't put much thought into it, Your Honor.
What?
I didn't put much thought into it, Your Honor.
You didn't put any effort into it,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Jennifer, you better call the prison and tell them there's drugs in prison. I don't think they know that. So you don't know what your terms of probation were.
To obtain a job, get my GED, NAA meetings, mental health, drug evaluation.
The usual stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
You can rattle that off from the last 10 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything to say, Ms. Novotny?
Your Honor, at this time, we would just ask the court to consider continuing him on community control with that respect. He is on a wait list with Lake Geauga pending a new evaluation since it's been over a year with that
What's
respect.
a wait, what kind of wait list?
For Lake Geauga, Your Honor, with
For
regard
what?
to Lake House or Concord Pines. With that respect, Your Honor, he does not want to continue the lifestyle that he has been going through with that
Well,
respect.
That's good, except that doesn't really matter. Because whether he wants to or doesn't want to, he keeps doing it,
Correct.
so.
Ultimately, he does have family support that is here for him. They submitted letters on his behalf as well. His father seems to be a good, sober, ultimately, support system for him. And I think he understands that just based on his experience with that. And we're just asking for the court to consider that at this time.
How long has he been in on this violation, Jennifer?
85 days on this violation and 336 total, Your Honor.
85 days. There's a holder from Ashtabula?
There is a warrant. And he has a parole warrant as well, parole holder.
Have they been over here? Or did anybody wake them up yet to come over here and see him? Do you know? Parole?
I don't know if
You
they,
seen anybody from parole?
Yes, Your Honor. My parole officer came and visited me and gave me my sanction papers.
What was your sanction?
To obtain a mental health and a drug evaluation, keep a updated address and phone number, and to follow all court orders and recommendations through Lake County.
That's rather worthless, isn't it? your parole officer doesn't realize you have a horrific drug problem, such that you need another evaluation? Who is your parole officer?
Jeremiah Hauser.
Well, at least somebody came to see you. That's kind of a rarity. Who you hanging around with over here in the last 85 days?
I stay in my cell a lot of the time and just watch movies on the tab. I kind of keep to myself.
Who else you hanging around with in the last 85 days?
People that's in jail with me.
What?
People that's in jail with me. Just,
Uh-huh. Who?
Do you know their names or anything?
Everyone goes by nicknames, really.
What's the nicknames?
Nobody
Doobie,
has.
Darrell Anderson.
Huh?
Darrell Anderson.
Uh-huh.
He's who I, play cards with most of the time. He just right out to prison.
Who's the gladding you were hanging around?
Damien.
I think he's one of mine, if I remember right. What's Faith's last name?
Burr.
What's your mother's name?
Melissa.
Reeves?
Lewis.
Lewis. Where does she live?
St. Clair in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. You're gonna stay on community control. You're gonna serve 180 days in jail with credit for 85. And you're gonna go to Concord, Pines, or Lake House. You're gonna complete that program and follow the recommendations. After that, you're gonna go to a sober living facility for a minimum of 1 year. No drugs or alcohol with screens, full employment, GED or your diploma, valid license. 1 doctor, 1 dentist, 1 pharmacy for medication. Medication is prescribed. Releases, 3 AAs, 5 AAs a week. With a sponsor, mental health evaluation following the recommendations, cost and supervision fees. In addition, no contact with Hunter McElroy, Damian Gladding, Faith Burr, or Melissa Lewis. I don't have the least bit of an expectation that you're gonna comply with this stuff. But that's up to you. If you don't, then you're gonna go to prison for 36 months.
Yes, sir.
So do whatever you wanna do. Doesn't really matter to me what you do. I don't know if it matters to you what you do. Obviously, it matters to your father what you do. Doesn't matter to your mother. She don't give a shit. Certainly the McElroys or the Gladdings don't give a shit. So I don't, do whatever you wanna do. I gave you conditions, and you do whatever it is you wanna do. Anything else, Jennifer?
Your Honor, is it as soon as a bed is available?
No, no.
180?
Anything else, Ms. Novotny?
No, Your Honor.
Possession of cocaine, a felony of the 4th degree in violation of 292511 of the revised code with an accompanying forfeiture specification regarding contraband and instrumentalities. And count number 2, having weapons under disability, a felony of the 3rd degree in violation of 292313A3, again with a accompanying forfeiture specification pursuant to 2941.1417 and 2981.04. Case is referred for a pre-sentence report and investigation and a drug and alcohol evaluation. Those have been completed, and we are here today for purposes of sentencing. Defendant is present with his counsel, Mr. Corey Hinton.
Mr. Hinton?
Thank you, Your Honor. In this particular situation, Mr. Hunter is charged with a drug offense. He'll be the first person to tell you that he has an addiction issue
I knew that
with
already.
cocaine.
He didn't have to tell me that. I already knew that.
And as a result of that addiction, unfortunately, Mr. Hunter has become very ill. The cocaine has caused cancer, and it's something that has had a large effect on Mr. Hunter and that he's not using now. The screens that he provided to the probation department indicate that he's not using cocaine anymore, and again, he recognizes that's what caused him to get ill. He's on several medications which would be affected by the use of cocaine. As far as the gun in the vehicle, despite having a drug addiction, Mr. Hunter is a very hardworking individual. He worked driving folks to and from the airport and other places. An individual left a firearm in his vehicle. This isn't an excuse. Mr. Hunter knew that firearm was there, knew that he, as a result of a disability based on a prior conviction, could not be around that firearm, but as part of his duties trying to accommodate his customers, he did allow that firearm to be in the vehicle. He regrets that. What we would ask for, Your Honor, is a sanction of community control. I think that would be appropriate for Mr. Hunter. I do think he's amenable to community control. He has a schedule of his radiation treatments, and he's basically receiving radiation every day. So he's busy dealing with his illness, but I know that he'll put the attention needed on community control. He's always attended his court hearings on time. He's respected the process, and I think he would abide and respect by any conditions that you order. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hunter, what do you want to tell me?
Should I sit up, sir?
You can, whatever, you can sit down or stand up, it's up to you.
Okay. You know, over the years, like you said, you're familiar with my case and my drug addiction. It's no excuse, but like I said, something I desire, I like, but it ended up causing me cancer in my throat, cysts and throat, neck. I take chemotherapy once a week on Tuesday, 7 days of radiation, taking a lot of medication. I'm regretful, like I said, with the gun issue, I know Brian Bennett, you know what I'm saying? He left it there on my way before I got pulled over, take it back. But I take responsible for that. But at the end of the day, all I'm asking Eugene Bennett says not to take my license, because I have my company card. I put that in my company name also. Where I continue trying to make money while I'm going back and forth to the doctor. I go to radiation 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, chemo on Tuesday. And then I have whatever you put more upon me to do, I would need transportation to get there, sir.
Where are you getting your treatment?
Cleveland Clinic, all the documents and everything.
Which
The
facility?
main campus, on the Tassa Cancer Center, on 102nd and Carnegie,
All right, what's your, you said you get radiation every day?
Monday through Friday. I brought the paper.
Okay, what time do you do that?
There's different times. The time schedule is here, sir.
All right, and then you said, what's the chemo?
Every Tuesday. That's 3.5 to 6 hours on Tuesday.
Okay. How long is that treatment plan
What-
scheduled for?
This one is see what the result of the radiation. It's a 7-week schedule to see if the tumors in my neck is going to shrink or not. Then the next phase will be operation.
How many weeks into it are you?
The second week, sir. Here,
So you're in your second week of radiation?
yes.
And do they attribute the appearance of those tumors to your drug use?
Well, that's what no, I ain't gonna
I
say
know what
that.
you think, but what do they think?
Well, yes, because it's in between my nose, my throat, and my ear. Yes. It's a written document. I turned everything in I needed to.
So how long you been, how long altogether you been playing around with the cocaine?
Over 10 years or more. Most of my life. Say 30 years old.
Do you know why you do that?
You know, I have mental illnesses also, sir. So,
What?
mental illness.
Okay.
So I think that was my way of dealing with my mental illness, doing cocaine, sir.
Did it work? Did it get rid of your mental illness?
It made me worse.
Did it give you any insight into your mental illness?
It made my life worse. Like I say, this is where I'm at today.
It always does.
But like I said, once I'm depressed, I ended out of counseling, ended out of seeing doctors, I guess I was in the right frame of mind to think it could cause a long-term effect. But like I said, that's something I cope with through all my stress and traumatized.
What, did you represent him the last go-around?
I've represented him before, but I don't think it's anything that was in front of you. It may have been something that got no-billed.
I
No,
had
there
the
was a
public
trial, there
defender.
was a trial here.
I wasn't
Did you
on
do
the
that
trial.
here?
No, he wasn't on the trial.
What was that charged for? Do you remember?
Possession?
You gotta learn a lesson here, Frank.
Yes, sir. I got the results. It's a death situation I put myself in because at any time a tumor could bust. That's my life.
All right, have a seat.
Thank you.
Where are you living at right now?
Maple Heights?
Okay. Ms. Linden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as I indicated in Chambers Estate, is despite the defendant's history and the fact that he's been to prison before, we're not opposed to community control sanctions based on his current situation. We would leave whatever parameters to the court's discretion. He does have 5 days of credit for time served. We would ask for a forfeiture of all the contraband and instrumentalities as well.
All right, I've reviewed the evaluation, I reviewed the PSR, listened to Mr. Hunter, listened to counsel. And I've considered all the provisions of 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I'm gonna put you on community control for 3 years, 5 days in jail with credit for 5. No illicit drugs or alcohol. Obviously, you can take those drugs, but you can't take cocaine anymore.
Right.
Or anything else like that. And you'll be screened. You're gonna get into a dual diagnosis program. That's drug treatment, IOP, and mental health. So we're gonna start again from the mental health aspect. Figure out what the situation is and start treating the situation so you're not treating it with cocaine. And I'm gonna order 4 AA or NA meetings per week and get a sponsor. Now, you maybe a little, maybe stretching your time to do 4 right now, so Ms. Henley will inform whoever your probation officer is gonna be that will be flexible with that while you're going through this daily radiation treatment. You're to keep your PO informed of all your doctors that you go to. You're to go to only one dentist. What pharmacy do you go to get that?
The Tulsa Clinic has a pharmacy on the main floor.
That's the only pharmacy you can go to.
And Signature Health. I'm still under Signature Health. They refer me to Cleveland Clinic.
What did Signature Health prescribe?
That's why I went to my last counseling.
All right, but I'm just talking about when you get medication.
I go to Tulsa and Signature Health.
That's
both
the only
places.
place you can get your medication. I don't want you running around getting medication all over the place.
They both my doctors, sir.
All right. That's all. You're limited to that, okay?
Yeah, Signature in Cleveland Clinic?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, yes.
all right.
thank you.
Who do you see at Signature?
Can I put her Hagan, Hagan?
What do you see that doctor?
She's the main doctor. She's like my main nurse practitioner.
All right. take your medication as it's prescribed and only as it's prescribed, releases for the probation officer, and pay the costs and supervision fees. Anything else, Ms. Henley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You understand the terms?
Yes, sir.
If you violate, then you're looking at 54 months in prison.
Okay,
You probably ain't gonna get the treatment you need in prison either,
right.
right? The items, subject to forfeiture are forfeited. And the remaining charges are dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Linden?
The community controls on both counts, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Hinton, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Frank, it's up to you to take care of yourself, all right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
positive September 9th for opiates, and then admitted taking opiates on the evening of September 8th. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hinton?
Thank you, Your Honor. And speaking with Mr. Springer, he would like to admit the violation, plead guilty to it, thereby waiving the final hearing. Thank you.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your plea to that allegation?
Guilty.
I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. What's your story?
Well, after getting out last time, Nicole gave me some homework to clean my house, get my house a little bit more homely because I've lived in the same house my whole life, and my bedroom is my living room. And upon cleaning my
Who
whole
else
house,
lives there?
I have two roommates, a childhood friend and her boyfriend, Brittany and her boyfriend Charles. And they have multiple animals, a couple dogs, and I have a cat, and she has a cat.
Okay, so go ahead.
Anyway, so upon cleaning my house and having them help me clean my house to make the house more homely, obviously I was an addict. I'm a bit of a hoarder. I have a lot of stuff in my room. I still do, collections of stuff, Coca-Cola stuff, Legos, stuff like that. And I had found a couple perks that I didn't even know I had. And, you know, you put something in front of me, I held on to them. I should have flushed them. I didn't. And then, I've been going through these teeth pains, obviously, that I've been trying to take care of. I had an appointment in November I couldn't get to. And, I was in pain and I took them. And I wiggled around probation. I'm not going to lie about that because I took it the night I went. Obviously, Nicole caught that. I also took one a week prior. I'll admit to that. And I found two and I took one of each. They were Perk 10s, Oxy 10s. I know I shouldn't have taken it. I'm accountable for that. She called me in. I didn't run from it. I came in. I know I'm in the wrong. I absolutely know I'm in the wrong.
So you took one on the 8th,
I took one on the 8th, the night of the 8th.
and then when did Nicole call you?
She called me 9th, the morning of the 9th.
So she just happened to call you the morning after you happened to take one.
I had an assumption someone maybe called again like the last time. Someone, like the one violation somebody had called and told, I did confide in one person that I took it, and I thought maybe they did call again or something. And I took one the week before as well, because I was holding on to them, and I was not having.
Where did you find them?
They were in a bottle in my headboard,
A bottle of what?
like a pill bottle. I had a bunch of Advil in it, and there were two of them on the bottom of it. They were Perk 10s, Oxy 10s.
How come it took you so long to find them?
Because my room was a pigsty. I lived in it my whole life, and I'm a bit of a hoarder. I had a lot of stuff in there.
What bottle were they in?
They were like in an Advil bottle.
Where'd you get them?
I probably had bought them years ago from one of the multiple people I used to buy.
I can't imagine, you've been here, this is your 4th time for testing positive, right?
Yes.
Okay. I can't imagine somebody hooked on opiates not knowing where every goddamn pill is.
I used to do them every day.
I
So,
know.
and I've lost them before. It's happened. I was doing it for years.
This is a common story, especially with opiate people. They opiate and meth. They didn't know they had it. They just happened to find it, had it from a period of time in the past. And can you imagine how many times I've believed that story?
Yeah, I understand.
None.
I know you see a lot of that. You see a lot
So
of stuff.
why are you so unmotivated to change? Because you came here on an intervention, meaning you had, what, no record?
Yeah.
Or minimal record at the most?
Mhm.
And that washed out pretty quick, so I put you on probation. So this is your 4th violation. Why are you so unmotivated?
I don't know. It's like
Why don't you find out why you're so unmotivated?
being in here these 90 days has put a lot of perspective. I've been going through hell with my teeth, excuse my language. I watched somebody in there die that was in my pod.
Die from what?
We don't know. He got wheeled out on a machine, pumping his heart, and we found out he had passed away. I talked to him and played cards with him every day. He was awake for breakfast and awake for cleaning, and then all of a sudden they were locking us down, and I was standing there watching it, and it was a guy I was really, really cool with. You know, I had a cyst in my arm I had to go to the doctor for, and that hurt, and just going through the hell of wishing I had Motrin, you know, over anything else. My mom broke her shoulder while I was in here, and she hasn't had any help. My brothers have been helping as much as they can, but she depends on me, and I
Well-
realize I did this to
Well,
myself.
how can she possibly depend on you if you're getting high all the time?
I was the only
What is, I don't understand that.
I'm always
What
with
good-
her.
What good are you to her if you're getting high all the time?
Out of my brothers, I'm the only one that always is free, besides work, to go over there and help her.
So,
And I hadn't been getting high this whole time.
yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. You know how it works, right? How long does that stuff last in your system?
Like 3 to 5 days,
3 to 5 days. How often were you reported?
once a week,
What day? Monday?
Mondays.
Monday. So Monday you leave there, you test negative. Monday you take a pill. It's out of your system by Friday. Come in Monday, you test negative. So don't give me this stuff because before it was only one pill the night before. Now today it's 2 pills.
I'll
One
be
the
honest.
week before and one the night before.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I mean, it was a week before.
So let me play along though. You took one on the 8th, you took one about the 1st, roughly a week before. When was it before that you last used?
When I violated before. I can't get these on the street. I don't know anybody anymore. Everyone's out of my life. I'm in AA heavy, and, you know, I surround myself with sober people, sober places, sober, you know, people, places, and things. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I've heard that before.
I know, I don't know anybody anymore. I don't. It's been years.
So it had been well over a year when you used last time.
The violation before, the last violation
Right.
was when I used, and then it was like 14 months before that, and that was
Right.
when I got it from Anthony that I can't talk to. And it's been 2 years almost since I talked to him. I have him blocked on everything, so he can't contact me and I can't contact him.
So how were you able to possibly make it 14 months without using opiates?
The AA, literally, sponsors program, it works. I mean,
So
I know
on
you don't, I know
September
you.
1st, when you found this in a bottle, did you call your sponsor?
No, I didn't tell him about it, and I had found it a month earlier I
And you
didn't,
let it sit around for a month?
yeah, I should have flushed it. I should have gotten rid of it right away. I should have known that putting it in front of me is like setting something on fire and hoping it doesn't burn me. I shouldn't have had it. I shouldn't have. I should have gotten rid of it right away. It's just setting myself up for failure, and I know that. I absolutely know that.
So then by the time you found it, you had been 13 months without using opiates.
Well, for my last violation, it would have
Right,
been,
that's what I'm talking about. No? What do we got back there?
His other violation, he was positive on March 31st of 2025. Prior to that, it was January 29th of 2024, and then prior to that, it was May 31st of 2022.
Okay, so between January of 24 and March of 25, were you using opiates?
no.
How did you manage not to use opiates during that time?
AA, the program, that's what helped me. Being around sober people, places, and things.
So were you
Yep.
better off using the opiates or not using the opiates?
Absolutely not.
So then if you were able to go 13 or 14 months without using, why did you start using?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I shouldn't have.
I know you shouldn't have. But you seem to be able to have managed for 14 months
Yeah.
not to use it.
Yeah.
And then you decided, I think I was having a better time using it. Why don't I use it again?
Yeah, I know, the logic is not sound. It's stupid of me. It's stupid of me.
Right.
Made a bad decision. Absolutely. When I found it, I should have gotten rid of it. I shouldn't have kept it.
I'm not even focused on what you should have done when you found it, if you found it, if any of that's true, okay, which I don't believe, but here we are. So you simply, out of thin air, were able to not use for 14 months. Were you
Program.
living a better life in that 14 months than you were in the last 6 months, 9 months?
Yeah, I was. Absolutely.
Yet you decided you were gonna go back to the shitty life.
Yeah. I don't know why. There's no logic to it. I don't have a good excuse for it. There's no good answer for that.
I know that. You don't have to tell me that. I already know that. Now, I don't believe you, okay, because I believe you time everything out and you're able to get away with stuff. Now, what I should probably order on you is, I should probably order you to come in 3 times a week and get tested. That's what I probably should do. That's what I should have done. That's my fault, though. Because you guys, you guys, meaning all you guys over here, spend most of your time trying to figure out how to game the system rather than comply with the system, which would probably lead you to a better life than being in and out of here all the time. Mr. Hinton?
All right, do you think that community control sanctions, despite the violations, would be proper in this situation? Again, this is something that started as an intervention, a first offense. I know it's unfortunate that Mr. Springer has struggled, but I do think that community control sanctions would be warranted. I know that he's done a large amount of jail time recently, so I'd ask that he receive credit for that, be placed back on community control with conditions that the court feels is proper.
I mean, why would any of it be proper if he can't, if he won't? It's not that he can't, that he won't. Because by his story, obviously he can stop using, but he won't. I mean, that's what you want me to believe, right? You can do it, you just won't do it.
I can't do it and I want to. This has been the biggest
you wanted
perspective
to,
wake up ever.
If you wanted to, then you would do it, because according to you, you've proven you can do it for at least 14 months. So the only logical explanation is you just won't do it because you don't want to. Because if you couldn't help yourself, then you would have been using for those 14 months, right? So by you giving me this story of no use in 14 months, you've trapped yourself here. Because then you're telling me I'm just not gonna stop because I don't want to.
I want to stop. I want.
Well, once again, if you wanted to, then you would, because you've shown that you can, according to you, right?
This has given me the most perspective in my life ever, being locked up this long, dealing with what I'm missing.
Well, you've been locked up 47 days before.
Never
Six-
90.
60 days before, another 60 days, and now 90. So what's 30 days, give or take? Who cares?
It's just what I've gone through in there, what I've missed, my mom needing me. You know, she broke her shoulder while I was in here, and I felt helpless that I couldn't help her. My brothers are not doing much as they can, but they've got busy lives. They got wives and kids and all that stuff.
Right.
You know, my son's in Florida, and you know, I work, but I don't have a wife. You know, I just pay my bills for my house and take care of all that, and take care of my mom. Like that, you know, I'm her number one. I'm her baby, but I take care of her more than any of my brothers ever.
You can't even take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right, I've gone back and reviewed the pre-sentence report. And I've listened to you, and you're insisting to me that as you've told it is how it happened. You're insisting that that's what happened. And if that is in fact what happened, then you are not amenable to community control. So I'm going to terminate your community control. I'm going to sentence you to 9 months in prison with credit for 233 days. And you're gonna pay the costs. So you got a little bit of time to do, and you're gonna come out, and you're either gonna do what you're supposed to do, or when you do this again, you'll automatically come back here and we'll start this conversation all over again. Anything else, Mr. Hinton?
What was the credit, Your Honor?
233.
Okay.
the credit you have?
233. Is that what? It's 261. Yeah, that's what we're straight out now.
I will take a look and I will ask and I'll find out.
Court rules on the motion that the defendant will withdraw his plea of not guilty and plead guilty to the one count in the indictment, that being the grand theft of a motor vehicle, felony of the 4th degree. Then we'd be able to proceed to sentencing. There's no sentencing agreement at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be heard on my motion?
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, we do feel that Mr. Constantino is an appropriate candidate for intervention in lieu of conviction. I think it's very clear from the circumstances surrounding this offense that his mental health issues, he has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, as recently as May 23rd of this year. He indicated that it was the impact of his mental health issues on him being isolated in his home that led him to take the vehicle and drive it away. As such, having had him evaluated, he does meet the standards for intervention in lieu of conviction. We do feel that intervention in lieu of conviction would substantially reduce the likelihood of future criminal activity, and as such, we would ask that that motion be granted.
All right, Ms. Cutts, your position?
Your Honor, we do oppose intervention in lieu of conviction in this case. There is an argument to be made that he qualifies. However, qualification is not determinative. This is a privilege and not a right. This is a defendant who has had a prior felony conviction, has gone to prison for that, has had multiple other convictions. When he committed this offense, he indicated that he did not have drug or alcohol issues at that time. Since he has committed the offense, he has been arrested on 2 separate cases at different times that he's been convicted of, and then he had a probation violation, that being an OVI. Then he was later arrested on a criminal trespass, had a probation violation. He is serving that sentence now. Based on that history and testing positive again, and the basically extent of his experience with his mental health issues and dealing with those, we don't feel this is a situation where it's an initial incident where he deserves this opportunity. He already has a record, and we feel that intervention is not appropriate for this case. Thank you.
All right, based on the totality of the information, I'm going to deny the motion for intervention. Mr. Matthews, is he intending to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Constantino is prepared to plead to the charge as indicted, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Constantino, how old are you?
I'm 50 years old,
How far did you go through school?
bachelor's degree.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
Prescription medications, Your
What
Honor.
have you taken?
My psych meds and some asthma and metformin.
When did you last take the psych meds?
This morning I took one.
Does it affect your ability to understand what's going on here?
No, it helps.
All right, what is your mental health diagnosis?
I've been diagnosed with bipolar types 1 and 2 and schizoaffective bipolar type.
All right, did you get a copy of the indictment in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any questions about that charge?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Is it your intent to plead guilty to that charge this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. So I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question, stop me. If you want to talk some more to Mr. Matthews, let me know and I'll give you more time. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you could be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine the witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of your rights?
No, Your Honor.
You still want to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand by pleading guilty to this felony that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control?
Yes, sir.
Grand theft of a motor vehicle is a felony of the 4th degree. It carries a maximum prison sentence of 18 months and a maximum fine of $5,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed in this case, you might have to serve a period of post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes.
If you are placed on post-release control and you violate any conditions, the parole authority could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If your violation of post-release control is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If that were to happen, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 18 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you that I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No, sir.
You understand I do not have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Matthews before pleading guilty today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice he has given you?
Yes.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No, sir.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Voluntarily, yes, sir.
And knowingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions at this point?
No, sir.
Ms. Cutts, if the case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Had this matter proceeded to trial, the state would have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that on May 30th of 2025, shortly after 7 a.m., Lake County Sheriff's Office deputy was dispatched to 12155 Cora Court in Concord Township, Lake County, Ohio, for a report of a stolen vehicle. Upon arriving at that location, deputies spoke with Alexander Davis, who is the user of the white Ford Taurus that was gone. It is registered to his mother, Beth Ann Magna, but he is the driver and user of that vehicle. He indicated that he had parked the vehicle in front of the residence around 11:30 p.m., and when he got up this morning, the vehicle was gone. Officers or deputies spoke with individual across the street who had a camera Though it was very dark outside, it was able to see that the vehicle was taken at approximately 2:30 a.m. The morning of May 30th of 2025. Officers began trying to look into flock or other aspects to try and determine who had taken the vehicle. Later that afternoon, Cleveland Police Department advised the Sheriff's Office that they had located the stolen vehicle at a Sunoco on Lorraine Avenue in Cleveland. That vehicle was towed back and returned to the victims. Officers continued research as to any other issues in that area, since that area does not have a lot of calls for police, and they came upon the name of Anthony Constantino. When they reached out to defendant Anthony Constantino's mother, she had indicated that they were home and that the police could come to their location in case her son was involved. When officers arrived, they spoke with the defendant, who indicated that he had in fact taken the vehicle, the white sedan, the early morning hours or in the evening. His keys had been taken from him and he wanted to drive. So he took the vehicle, he admitted parking it at the Sunoco and then getting a ride from that location. Neither Mr. Davis nor Ms. Magna had given permission for that vehicle to be taken. All this occurring in Lake County, Ohio, and that would have been the state's evidence.
Mr. Matthews, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Constantino, did you hear what Ms. Cutts said, that the facts would show if the case went to a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those facts true?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is your plea to grand theft of a motor vehicle, a felony?
Can I say
4?
one thing? The only thing that's not true is, it wasn't just that I wanted to go for a drive. It was that I was mentally ill and I was isolating for an extended period of time, and I was stressed and grievously stressed, and that's why I took the car as a form of escape. But I just wanted to add to that, if I may.
All right, thank you. All right, what is your plea to grand theft of a motor vehicle, a felony 4?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to the hearing, I did review the written plea of guilty with Mr. Constantino. He indicated that he understood it and he intended to sign it. The date there, 12/10/25. Is it not working?
No.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Thanks.
Your Honor, I received the written plea of guilty and judgment entry. I witnessed the defendant sign the document of the court. His counsel signed it and I signed it.
All right, Mr. Constantino, is this your signature on this written plea of guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept the written plea of guilty. The defendant was present when Mr. Matthews advised of all of his rights. In a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver, he understands the nature of the charge, the consequences of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalty. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. I will accept his plea of guilty and find him guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle, a felony 4. Mr. Matthews, all the reports having been done, is there any reason not to proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are requesting community control from Mr. Constantino. We do realize he does have prior prison, but that was from 1996. Since then, he has had several small misdemeanor offenses, but no additional felonies. Obviously, this is a situation where Mr. Constantino's mental health most likely is going to dictate the success that he has on community control. We have secured, I guess, subject to his insurance, a bed at the C.H. Everett House in the city of Mentor. It is a residential treatment facility that focuses on mental health patients and residents. We do feel that going there and continuing with his regimen of mental health medications and counseling would be the best way to indicate, or I'm sorry, to ensure his success on community control. There is, to go along with that, an issue regarding drug use. We do understand that, and we would ask that the court consider, while he is at Everett House, that he participated and complete an intensive outpatient program. There are some members of Mr. Constantino's family that would like to speak at the appropriate time, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Just tell me your name and whatever it is you want me to know.
My name is Monica, and I am Anthony's mother. I'm gonna try not to get emotional, but my son Anthony had no malicious intent when he took that vehicle. He was manic, and somehow it seemed like a good idea for him. When the police came, he immediately confessed that he took it. There was a wallet in the vehicle with a lot of money, and he never took any of it. He paid his own way to take an Uber home. And he was clean and sober for over 6 years, and he worked very hard to maintain his sobriety. The choices he made during his manic state should be no reflection of his real character. He is kind, honest, and reliable. His mental illness has opened up his heart and made him more compassionate and understanding of others' struggles. I am proud of the person that my husband and I raised, because I know who Anthony really is. And picking up the pieces is what we will work on together. And the only time that he has had any felonies or any problems with the law was when he was manic. And after he'd get manic is when he would drink or smoke pot or something else. But when he is not mentally ill, he is a wonderful human being. So, and I know him better than anyone.
Thank you.
My name is Kristen Phelps. I am Anthony's sister. And I've spent much of my adult life learning about mental illness because of what my brother has been diagnosed with and has gone through. And I have had to learn a lot of care and compassion and understanding for something that thankfully I don't suffer from. What I can say is that he is a wonderful person. He is a great candidate for community control and getting assistance. I trust him with my daughter, who is 5 years old. He loves her implicitly. I trust him in my home. I trust him with finances. I trust him with all of those things. This is a product of his mental illness, what he did and has done in the past. Please consider him getting assistance and help as opposed to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Anthony, Your Honor. My name's Ken Marinowski. I'm a longtime friend of Anthony's. We grew up together as kids. We played backyard football. We rode bikes, played G.I. Joe action figures. Anthony has always been polite, kind, giving, respectful to me, to my family. My parents love him as their own son. Early in his life, adult life, he received the bipolar diagnosis, and that changed many things. Anthony received the needed treatment for his bipolar diagnosis at the time. He participated willingly in AA's 12-step program, and he came to me and my brother and any others who he felt he offended somehow in life and asked for our forgiveness personally. Anthony also became a true disciple of God, attending church regularly and sharing the good news with those who would listen. He even gave up listening to music we loved as children, just to make sure that he would maintain a good, straight, and narrow path. He enjoyed long periods of total sobriety, and when I heard him talk about the need for escape, it made me think of what the times he would drive an hour to see me just to practice Tai Chi with me. I'm a Tai Chi practitioner, and he would spend an hour driving one way to spend an hour with me practicing Tai Chi, which is a mind, body, spirit exercise, and drive an hour back as a means of betterment for himself. He knew what he had to do to maintain positive relationships with family and friends, and most importantly, to maintain self-dignity. It was only when, for whatever reason, there was a lapse in his medication or a change in his medication that he began to slip into bad behaviors. Anthony has served his time and accepted the consequences of his actions, even when those actions were not made by the Anthony that we know and love, and by the Anthony who he knows he is. He needs help, not further punishment, and he is ready, willing, and able to accept such help if granted. As one who can truly attest to the good-natured, respectful, dutiful person that Anthony is, I'm here today to ask that you give him the opportunity he deserves to heal not only his wounds, but also the wounds of others he has inadvertently caused during his manic episodes when he was clearly not the Anthony we know and love. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Constantino, what do you want to tell me before I sentence you?
I don't know if I could add too much to that, but this is what I prepared. Your Honor and everyone present today, I sincerely apologize for my actions on the night of the incident. I apologize to the car owner, my neighbors, the police, and the court system. Although I accept full responsibility for my actions, I ask the court for leniency as far as prison time, and that I could do the program at Everett. I ask, since, as I already mentioned, 90% of my trouble with the law has come due to my mental illness, directly or indirectly. I won't say it's always a direct result. There's drugs involved as well, sometimes. I recently had over 6 years clean and sober, and I've also had many 2-3 years here and there, couple years clean and sober since 2010. Most of that time since 2010 I've been clean and sober, except for some relapses, few relapses. I will be working twice as hard on my sobriety and mental health. I will be going to more AA meetings, returning to counseling, acquiring a case manager, and expanding my support system. I hope to be recommended by the court to this mental health rehab program at Everett. And thank you, everybody here today, for my family and friends, for their support and their love, and all their support over the years, for always being that positive light in my life. And everybody here today, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butts.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court heard the facts of this case, an 18-year-old had parked his car outside of his girlfriend's house, went in to stay the evening. When he came back out, his vehicle was gone. Had to call the police to try and locate it, look at cameras, things of that nature. Officers were able to identify Mr. Constantino as a possible individual. They went and spoke with him. As he came down the steps, as the officers were in the house, he asked if he should be honest with them, things of that nature. He did end up admitting that he had taken the vehicle He had indicated that a friend had picked him up. They had gotten a meal and then that person had driven him home. This did have more of an impact on the car owners than I sometimes see. I spoke with the mother, Beth Ann Magda, and she was extremely upset that somebody had taken the vehicle that she had struggled to get for her child to be able to travel wherever he needed to. She, at that point, had indicated that she would want any maximum sentence. I did speak to her about the realities of what had occurred, and she did become a little less upset, but she was very upset. Her son was also not upset to the level of his mother, but was concerned that his items had been taken. Thankfully, the vehicle was recovered. It was not damaged. His wallet was still in the vehicle. They did have to pay for towing. The insurance did cover that, but they had to take the effort of not having the vehicle, figure out things, do things of that nature. So it did cause some harm to them with the whole process and recovery of all this occurring. Though I can't say the relationship with the victim facilitated the offense, I can say the relationship with the neighborhood and the location did, since he took the car from basically his neighbor's, the street outside his neighbor's house. Defendant does have a history of criminal convictions that go back to approximately 1994 with leaving the scene. In 1996, he has a failure to comply with an order or signal of a police officer. That's felony of the 4th degree, as well as a resisting arrest. That is the case that he did go to prison on. 1998, he has an OVI conviction. 1999, loitering and obstructing. 2010, possession of drug paraphernalia. 2013, disorderly conduct. In 2016, disorderly conduct. One of those was a reduction. In 2019, criminal trespass. Then he has this case. Once he is out on bond on this case, he then commits another OVI that he is convicted of. Then when he is on probation for that case and out on bond on this case, he commits a criminal trespass going into somebody's garage. That also triggers the probation violation for the OVI. So he is currently on probation with Painesville Municipal Court. He was not at the time of this offense, but he has been put on since, and he is currently serving a sentence that is set to expire on December 30th. So he did violate the bond in this case, in both the OVI case and the criminal trespass. He also tested positive for fentanyl and THC on October 2nd through the Painesville Municipal Court. So there do appear to be drug and alcohol issues. It's the state's understanding that he told probation that he was not on any drugs or alcohol at the time of committing this offense, that he relapsed afterwards. He has not responded favorably to previous sanctions, obviously with the probation violation, not following bond in new cases. He does have that prior prison. The individual who did the psychological evaluation had indicated a guarded prognosis due to his history of noncompliance with mental health treatment in the past. So there are various concerns about the defendant following through with things and his history and the recidivism concerns. So the question comes down to whether he's amenable for community control. He has not been on felony probation or had a felony for a period of time. So if the if the court finds that he is amenable, we would not be opposed to community control. He has 21 days credit. We do feel substantial treatment for both mental health and substance abuse would be appropriate in this case. We would recommend jail treatment program, NeoCap, then that he either go to Orca or Everett, Lake House, Concord Pines, kind of a halfway house situation, then into sober living. That he have mental health evaluations, whether that be psychological, psychiatric, evaluations and follow recommendations, that he engage in individual counseling and follow all recommendations, that he participate in 12-step programming every week with a sponsored home group, that he have one doctor, one dentist, and one pharmacy, and sign releases, that he not use any drug or alcohol, and that screens come back negative. However, prescriptions he would be able to take, but only as prescribed. That he have no contact with Alexander Davis or Beth Ann Magna. And depending on what is appropriate, I know he has had part-time work in the past, that he engaged in some sort of at least part-time work, school, or activity to keep him busy. that he pay all costs and fees, and that he be made aware that if he does violate, if he's given this opportunity, that prison is still a possibility. So that would be the state's recommendation at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Constantino, when this happened on May 30th, what medications were you prescribed? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was taking Risperidol, Depakote, and Seroquel, but this is something I failed to mention in my letter, if I may. Last December, January, I started experiencing severe depression. In February, I went on an antidepressant called Vraylar. I've never had a good history of antidepressants, but the depression was so bad I couldn't make it into work and this was going on for weeks. So I tried to take another antidepressant, and that's how all the problems started happening. After I asked if I should continue taking it or get off of it after I started having some issues, and they said it's just stay on it, keep taking it for now.
Is that, I assume that was the same prescriber as your other medication?
That was, yes, Circle Health in Parma, yeah. And I still went to Parma because that's where I used to live. But yeah, and that's what I was taking, Depakote, Risperidone, Seroquel, and Vraylar.
All right, so in advance of when this happened, when did you start feeling the effects of being off with this medication?
Well, I didn't go off of it.
No, not that you went off of it, but you started feeling different.
Oh, you mean,
Well, the indication.
which medication?
The indication, the
antidepressant?
indication is when this happened, that you were you were not in a good way mentally, okay?
Right.
Was that because, do you think that was because of the medication, the change in medication?
Yeah, the change of
How long
medication.
had that been going on?
That had been going on since February. Last
Okay.
February, I started taking the Vraylar.
Okay. Have you had periods like that before?
Yeah, with other antidepressants, yeah.
Go ahead.
It was around Easter, Anthony, that when I started noticing,
Yeah.
like, certain things you would say, and I think, you know what, that doesn't seem right.
Okay, so the bottom line is you need to stay on top of your medication with your doctors, okay? And you've got to communicate, and I know you're telling me you communicated that you weren't feeling right with the Vraylar, okay? But you've got to work with your provider, because when you don't, here's what happens, right? And then the drugs happen, and then
Yeah.
everything goes off the rails, right? So it's something that you need to keep on top of, and you got the help of your family, right? But that's something you really have to stay on top of that, okay? All right, I've considered the reports and what you have said, what your, those in support of you have said. I've considered what council has stated. I'm gonna place you on community control for 3 years. You're gonna serve 21 days in the jail with credit for 21. You're gonna enter and complete the Everett program and follow all their recommendations. If for some reason Everett falls through, then we'll do it at Orca, but you're to follow whatever recommendations come out of that. Now, while you are there, you're also to obtain treatment for the illicit drug and alcohol situation that you've had, okay, and follow those recommendations. You're to see only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy for any prescription medication. Any medication you're prescribed, you're to take only as prescribed. You're gonna sign releases so probation can get all your records. You're to have no illicit drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. I want you to attend at least 3 AA or NA meetings a week and get a sponsor. To obtain part-time employment as your situation with your disability allows. At the appropriate time. I don't want you doing that right away. I want you getting back on track right away. No contact with Alexander Davis. And you'll pay the costs in supervision fees in this case. Any other terms, Ms. Wehagen?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Constantino, do you understand all the terms?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Any question about the terms?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you don't comply, then the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, then you face a potential 18 months in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You gotta take control of your situation with those that'll help you, okay?
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Cutts?
Your Honor, in addition to the no contact for Alexander Davis, if we could also have for Beth Ann Magna,
I don't know that I can do that because it was his car, wasn't it?
it's registered in her name.
And her name's, okay, so no contact with her also. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
All right.
sentence out of Painesville Municipal.
Right, I
So
just.
they would have to He did indicate that at the time of this offense, he was using drugs, he was at times unhoused, and
What does that mean, unhoused?
he was homeless at times. And he would
Well, at that time he was using drugs? I mean, I go
I
back.
believe, I thought at the time of his arrest, he indicated that he had been using meth and had been up for several days.
Been using drugs since at least 1999 on a constant basis, so go ahead.
And he is, as he expressed in the pre-sentence report, very sorry for this. Obviously, these were his aunt and uncle, and he does wish to get back to work and repay them. And he is hopeful that the court will see the usefulness in him getting treatment for his drug addiction in a residential setting. As such, we have found a bed for him at the CATS Residential Treatment Program, and my understanding is that that bed would be available as soon as the court would want him to go, Your
Is
Honor.
that a lockdown?
It is not.
Didn't
You
he,
are-
didn't they take him to a hospital from the jail? And as soon as they disappeared, he left? Yes.
I believe that occurred, Your
So
Honor.
why would I ever trust him to go to someplace voluntarily when he can, when he's demonstrated that he can't comply with things like that?
I guess the only response that could really give to that question is that he is, throughout the pre-sentence report, very consistent, as well as the drug and alcohol evaluation, and being very desirous of that treatment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Negrelli, what do you want to say?
Well, first and foremost, I want to apologize to my aunt and my uncle for violating their trust.
Well, isn't the problem that, with that statement, that you indicated that some of those coins were yours anyway, and beyond that, they owed you money that they never paid you, so you were just collecting what was owed to you?
I mean, it was a better way to go about it. Between my uncle and I, we've had our ups and downs with finances. I wasn't looking at it like I was breaking into his house to rob him. You know, I did make mistakes, and, I mean, I wasn't planning on going there and robbing the guy. I lived with him.
Well, you broke in the back window.
No,
Well, who broke the window then?
it was a bicycle. I had an electric bike, an EB, an electric bicycle, and I leaned it up against the window a little too hard, and it broke the back window. I had a key. The doors were unlocked. We didn't even lock the house up, so I would never have broken the window. I went into the front door. I just needed a place to go, and I didn't have a cell phone, or else I would have called them. They were up at the islands, put in Bay for the weekend. I don't know, man. I made a couple bad decisions. I've been trying to hurt anybody.
You've been making bad decisions for 25 years. Why?
Well, if we go back to 1999, that's when I was 18 years old. We went into, it's like this, it's like growing up with, I grew up with this guy, and his mom and dad sell the house, and he still had a key to the house. We went there and took a PlayStation. I don't know, I don't know, I've always.
You're doing the same things now that you were doing when you were 18.
No.
That's what you're telling me.
No, not.
No?
No, I mean, no.
So, you talking about in Willoughby, where you got the burglary charges and went to prison?
Right, that was in 99,
Right.
and I understand I'm doing the same thing. I'm not doing the same thing. I wasn't that was random people's homes that I had broke into at the time.
It was what?
That was like different random people.
So you were breaking into people's houses that you didn't know?
When I was 18, I did, yes.
One of them with a firearm, right?
We stole.
Stole a gun?
Stole a gun, yes, sir.
Okay. So, when you were sent to prison, he let you out on judicial release, right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated a couple times, and eventually went back, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Because in the meantime, between the burglary and when you went to prison, you got a trafficking in marijuana case.
Correct.
Felony. So you get out in '06, and you're playing around with drugs with cocaine again in '07. Trafficking in cocaine in '07. Go to prison for 2.5 years, get out in 10. Theft in 11. Assault in 12. Attempted trafficking offenses, so a felony down to a misdemeanor in 14. Drugs in Chardon in 14. Drug possession charges in Florida. Federal offense. Go to federal prison. Come back here, marijuana in 21, failure to comply with the signal of a police officer in 23, a trespass in 24. June of 25, failure to comply in Ashtabula. June 7th. June 9th, criminal mischief. June 20th, obstructing official business in Berea. June 25th, burglary for which there's an active warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
July 6th of 25, receiving stolen property in Ashtabula, active warrant. July 6th is when this one happens. You don't get arrested until August 13th. July 9th is when you get picked up in Fairview, and they take you while you're in custody to the St. John's West Shore Hospital, and you get up and leave. August 6th, mischief, Stowe Municipal Court. August 12th, failure to comply again in Stowe. So you just haven't stopped, especially in the last 6 months.
I've been using pretty heavy. I was homeless. I was going hot. I don't know, man. What to even say.
Well, the problem is that you haven't changed in 25 years. What have you done different over the last 25 years? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, 2014, when I went to federal prison, you know, it was for a box of bullets. The 27 bullets that were left in my house from a female. They were left in my house. I went to prison. They were trying to give me 15 years for prison for that.
How did they happen to find the box of bullets in your house?
They came in for a warrant.
For what?
Drugs.
Okay.
No drugs, you know.
They got a warrant to search.
I was living in Brattonall. And you know, Brattonall, I was living in the condominiums right there, where above Americano. They smell weed in the building. They get a search warrant for the house. They come in. They find maybe a couple joints in the house. They find 37 rounds of 9mm ammunition from Walmart. But since they were from Walmart, they were produced in Arkansas. He said they crossed state lines. He gave me, so I had to go to federal prison for that. So up until that time, I had not broke the law. I had not done anything. You know, I had a good job. I was doing well.
You had some trafficking offenses in Cuyahoga before that.
What year was this?
January 18th of 2014.
There was no trafficking.
Okay, then Cindy, you gotta clean up your reports, because you reported to me what is an attempted trafficking offense, an M1 in common pleas court, which means it was a felony charge
Right,
originally.
in 2014, when they found the weed in the house, they took me, it was no trafficking, it was just, I had a bag of weed in the
I'm
house.
just telling you what the,
Okay.
you,
All right.
first of all, you can tell me whatever you want,
Actually, I
okay?
wasn't trafficking.
You're not very credible.
Right. But I wasn't trafficking, they came in for a search warrant, they found a bag of weed, found the bullets, went to prison, and I had a misdemeanor from that.
The DEA charge is, date of incident is 5/16 of 14, Drug Enforcement Agency of Florida.
Okay, so, yeah, when they came and arrested for warrant from Ohio, from the Sixth Circuit, they found weed in the house.
Why is an agency from Florida, Drug Enforcement Agency from Florida, chasing you and Bratnall?
I got arrested January 17th. I came to court. The judge said, no charges, basically, pay the fines. I moved to Florida. I was on Florida for 5 months. They were outside my house. They arrested me. I had another warrant came out for felon in possession of ammunition from the Sixth Circuit. So Sixth Circuit put out.
Sixth Circuit, what do you mean the Sixth Circuit?
That's the state of Ohio, Northern District of Ohio. So Northern District of Ohio puts out a warrant for me for felon in possession of ammunition from January 17, 2014, which I went to court for. They never even brought up. So 5 months later, they put charges on me. The DA arrested me at my house in Florida, bringing me back to Ohio, and that was my federal. That's what I went to federal prison for the box of ammunition.
Well, don't pretend like you didn't do anything before 14.
Well,
okay?
no, I'm just saying. I was doing good. I had a job. I had my own home. I had my own car. I paid all my bills. I had no issues.
But you've been using drugs on a consistent basis since you've been an adult, right? And before that too, right?
No, I went about 10 years without using.
When?
From 2010 to 2007 to 2000, almost 15, 8 years.
Well, you were in prison from
until I got
7
out.
until 10.
Okay, so as soon as I got out of prison, I didn't use again.
Okay, then what are you doing stealing? What
From
are you
my
doing
uncle?
with these assault charges?
Assault charges. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was a friend of mine. We got in a fight.
Okay.
That
Trouble
got-
finds you.
That got dropped, right?
No, it didn't get dropped. No, it didn't get dropped. You got 30 days in jail or 60 on home arrest, and we're put on probation. It didn't get dropped.
That was a fight between a friend and me.
So you just seem to be a horrible victim of circumstances.
No, I mean,
Because everything I bring up, you got some excuse or explanation for.
I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just
Okay.
explaining what happened.
What's been going on in the jail over here with you?
I haven't had any incidents.
You've had no incidents?
I had a double mattress I went to the hole for.
What about this, you and some guy named Maloney squaring off with your fists loaded against each other, waiting to fight before they got you?
It was more, well, basically, he's a screamer in the morning. And that's why everybody's telling him, stop screaming, waking everybody up. And we just kind of squared up, nothing happened, you know. And sometimes in jail, your nerves get the best of you, man. I mean, nothing happened. I just want to get healthy. I want to get off these drugs.
What'd you do with what you stole from this house?
You got everything back.
What did you sell?
One coin.
What's the story? I didn't get any victim impact statement.
Your Honor, they chose not to, we did speak to both victims. They chose not to ask for restitution or ask for a victim impact statement because they wanted to be finished with this situation. They have had a lot of stress trying to get money back from these items. I don't know, I was not the original prosecutor, I don't know every item that was returned. I know that over $5,000 worth of items were taken from the home, including jewelry, coins, and then ultimately the vehicle, as well as the electric bicycle.
Well, he's saying they got everything back.
That is not my understanding, Your Honor.
In As far as, I sold 1 coin, I got everything back. I didn't sell not one thing of theirs.
Where'd you sell it?
At a pawn shop in Cleveland.
Which one?
I couldn't even tell you the name of the place. It was,
How much you get for it?
$30,
How much was it worth?
$40,
40?
40 bucks.
How do you know that?
I Googled it.
Thought you didn't have a phone.
I didn't. I used a friend's phone. This was like days later. I was on my way to get a phone when I got arrested.
Where you been to treatment before?
I haven't been in treatment.
You haven't been to treatment?
No.
Well, you were in the jail treatment program in '02. You were in Neo Camp in '02. You were in Oriana House
What was that? Is
in
Oriana House?
'07.
Oh yeah, okay, the Oriana House then.
So that,
Sorry.
so, all right, well, why haven't you been in treatment since then? If you got a drug problem, why didn't you go to treatment?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, I know. I know why you didn't go to treatment.
Why?
Because you didn't want to go to treatment. You wanted to use.
Yeah, obviously.
Where's the last place you worked?
I worked in Little Italy at the Italian market.
Doing what?
Just day to day, whatever she needed done, cleaning, stocking.
I have your last employment from 19 to 22 at Local 860.
That was my last long job I had, career, labor for the union.
Or no, I'm sorry, the last one you had, it says a lobster pot from 23 to 25.
I was working with Chris over there. That was like part-time.
Well, why weren't you working full-time?
I had no car to get there, no transportation. My house was, I had nowhere to even go. I was living in Cleveland, living in there. I had nowhere to even go.
Well, why is that? Why is somebody who appears to have no physical disabilities unable to get a job so you can get someplace to live and get a car to drive to get to work?
I was working, you know, and I'm a good worker. I mean, I don't know, I didn't have a car to show up to.
Why not?
Because my license got suspended
For what?
for child support.
Why weren't you paying your child support?
Because I didn't have any money.
Then where were you getting your drugs?
And,
Huh?
time by time, I wasn't getting much.
Well, you were getting, it seems like you were getting a lot in the last half of this year. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had, you know, a dozen offenses between June and when you finally got arrested.
Yeah.
So how were you getting money for drugs?
Well, I don't even really know. I don't seem like I would spend a lot of money on drugs. You know, smoking meth, and meth is like the cheapest drug you can possibly get.
Where were you getting that?
People helping me, people getting it. I have to get it for them. They give me some.
Who?
People, acquaintances that I don't even speak to anymore.
Like who?
Like Thomas, like
Thomas who?
Tonti,
Who else?
Ty,
Ty who?
Peterson. Different girls out. I don't even know their names half the time. They wanted, I could get the, you know what I mean? I could get it, and they paid for it.
Boy, aren't you lucky.
Pardon me?
I said, boy, aren't you lucky.
Yeah, right.
When's the last time you had a license?
Probably 2 years ago, maybe.
Do you have any indication why he's suspended, Cindy? I don't see any suspension on there for, support.
His current suspensions are an indefinite suspension out of Ashtabula Western Court, a Parma municipal suspension that expires in July of '26, a Willoughby municipal suspension that is passed, and then the rest of these would be passed. So just those two.
So no indication of a child support suspension.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So now you explain to me what I'm supposed to do with you at this point?
I would hope you give me treatment. I just want to go. I want to just have a normal life, man. I really do. When I'm working, when I'm in a stable situation, I'm actually a really good person. You know, that's why my uncle gave me a key to his house. You know, people trust me. I spiraled, man. I want to get help. I want to get treatment. I want to get my life on track. I'm 45 years old.
Right.
I mean, that just is like getting ridiculous at this point.
I mean, it got ridiculous about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And one of the things you say in here, I think your written version, you talk about your 8-year-old daughter being the most important thing to you, and she needs you.
Yeah.
I mean, how's that? What have you done that's a positive influence in her life in the last year?
Last year, I would go to daddy dance with dad, or whatever.
Were you high when you were doing that?
No.
Okay, so the first thing you say on your written version is your daughter needs you.
I need her. Yeah, I mean, she does. You know, a daughter needs her father. I think it's a very important
Does
bond.
she need her father who's running around breaking into people's houses doing
No,
meth all the time?
No, it's ridiculous.
Right, it is ridiculous.
I agree.
It's ridiculous to say that at this point in your life, she needs you.
I need her.
Now, well, you may need her, but, I mean,
Right.
for you're in no position to take care of her.
No.
You can't take care of yourself.
Affirm.
You've shown the complete inability from the time you turned 18 to take care of yourself. Because you like the life you were living. You like running around, getting high and partying, working as little as possible. That was, you know,
Not really.
well, really, I mean, that's what the record shows.
Right.
Okay, you are who you have been. That's who you are.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can blow it off if you want, but,
No, I don't want to blow it off.
I mean,
you know,
but until you decide you're gonna be somebody else, you're gonna be the same guy you are. Question is, you're doing this for 25 years, so are you gonna be 70 standing there
hope not.
with 25 more years of this shit behind you?
I hope not, Your Honor.
So what's the ideal treatment for you?
Knowing I have to take a urine test alone is gonna, you know.
Well, that's not treatment. The urine test isn't
No,
treatment.
but knowing that I have it over my head, I'm not gonna use, obviously.
Well, it's not obvious to me,
Well,
okay,
it's a matter,
because
you know.
we've run about a half dozen people in and out of here today on probation that we're using. Okay, so it's never obvious to me.
Yeah, right. That's facts.
So treatment, what treatment do you need to get your act together?
The drug treatment.
Okay, what is that? You've been sitting over here for 120 days now, right?
Correct.
So what have you been doing for 120 days?
What can I do?
Don't answer my question with a
mean,
question.
you know,
I asked you what you've been doing
I
for
read,
120
I
days.
read, I work out, I stick to myself, I'm quiet.
So what plan have you developed
My
in the
plan,
last 120
work-
days
work
that you're gonna utilize, you're gonna execute to get your act together?
Well, I was hoping to go to treatment, get my license back, take care of these warrants,
Okay,
work 2 full-time jobs.
that's what you want to accomplish. How are you gonna accomplish it?
How am I gonna accomplish that?
Yeah, how are you gonna accomplish
By
it?
staying sober.
Okay, how are you gonna stay sober?
by just knowing that I'm 45 years old, man. I'm getting, you know, I'm not a kid. I'm just, it's affecting me more than it has any other time in my life.
All right, that doesn't answer the question. See? Now, the last guy over here that I asked these questions to this morning had been there 90 days, and he had no clue.
Right.
Okay, what he was gonna do. I can't believe you sat over there for 120, now, 120 days isn't a big deal for you. You've been in prison for 2.5, 3-year stints, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so
Well, it matters.
120 is no big deal.
Yes, it is a big deal.
Big deal, okay. So, I'm a little concerned that you have no idea what you
Sorry.
need to do so you can change the way you live.
Stay off of drugs and work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Spend time with my family. Stay away from the negative influences.
So how are you gonna stay off drugs?
By working, by spending time with my family, by accomplishing goals.
Why didn't you do those things before then? If that's the recipe, why didn't you do that before? Because your kids are what, 25,
One of them,
18, 17, and 8?
correct?
Okay. So what's the example you're setting for the 18 and 17-year-old right now?
Lucky that. Not setting a good example. I know that for sure.
Right.
You know, this was not supposed to turn out like this. I had a whole bigger project in mind. You know, I was supposed to start a farm. I had a whole project and everything just went to shit, man.
Well, because you let it go to shit.
Yeah, I do. I mean,
I
you're
mean,
right.
you're the architect of that shit you're in.
That's a fact. I can't argue that.
So my concern is, as you sit here now, and Mr. Matthews is requesting he actually has some sort of plan that he presented to me for you. You don't have a clue.
Well, you don't have a clue.
You don't have a clue what you need. You tell me what you want.
What I need is,
But you gotta, you tell me what you want, you tell me what you need, but you don't tell me how you're gonna do that. You're just
Like one
going,
day
you're
at a
going
time,
from
man.
here to over there without doing anything in between.
no, I'm doing one day at a time. I'm working a job. I'm working a program. I'm staying
What
sober.
program?
Yeah, I mean, I've never, you know, I'd like to try.
I know, you're not working a program. You're warehoused over here.
I'm saying, that's my plan, though. That's my plan.
You don't have a plan.
I do have a plan, Your Honor.
You have a goal, you don't have a plan.
Well, they help you execute your plan. They help you set things up a little bit.
But
I need a little bit of structure. I need a little bit of help. Sometimes prison's not always the answer.
well, prison, in almost every occasion, isn't the answer.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, you know, if I were able to get in a program, they help you get structure, they help you get a job, they help you set up your Medicaid.
Hey, you gotta help you.
And I will help myself. But only thing I can do is do one day at a time, stay off the drugs. When I'm off drugs, I'm a totally different person.
And you should stay off drugs.
That's a fact. That's the plan.
Now, I'm gonna ask Ms. Contour in a minute what her recommendation is. What do you think it is?
What do I think her recommendation is?
Yeah,
I couldn't never, I don't have no idea. I've never
take a
spoken-
wild guess.
I think it's treatment.
No, that you should go to prison.
I should go to prison.
And what do you think the probation department thinks?
I should go to prison.
You should go to prison.
Okay.
What else you wanna tell me?
Man, I just hope that you give me a chance and I won't use. And I won't be back in front of you again. I won't be.
I could give you a chance, okay, whether you use or not, I have nothing to do with. You're either gonna use or you're not gonna use. If I put you on probation,
Correct.
right, so, don't put your failures on me.
No, I'm not trying to do
All
that.
right. Ms. Contour?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is recommending prison in this matter based on, just to comment on something the defendant said, I took a look at the report further while I was sitting here, and the victims did get a significant amount of property back, mostly the coins. However, it does note specifically that the tennis bracelet that was taken from Mrs. Barr was not returned to them, as well as the vehicle, which was ultimately ruined when they got it back, which has been a lot of the issues with insurance. The main reason that we are recommending prison is that the relationship between the defendant and the victims facilitated this offense. And he said that before, he He was breaking into random people's houses, and I fail to see how this is better considering that they're his family. And the state that the home was left in is just disrespectful. There is evidence that he went through the window. There was trash left all around the home.
Well, there's no question he went through the window.
There was trash left in the home. There was orange juice left out on the counter, popsicle sticks on the floor, freezer left open. He comes into the house, disrespects the house, takes what's valuable to him, and then ultimately leaves in Mrs. Barr's vehicle. And they did not even get that back in one piece.
What did you do with the bike when you left with the car?
The bike was in the vehicle.
So you stuck the bike in a vehicle and stole the vehicle.
I was planning on returning the vehicle.
What?
And then the engine blows. I'm on the freeway.
Where were you going with the vehicle?
To go get my plan was to get a cell phone. Go get money and get a cell phone.
You were gonna sell the car?
No, I was gonna bring the car back.
Then
And an engine.
Forget it. I'm hurting my head listening to this shit. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant also knew that he was not welcome in the home and that Mr. and Mrs. Barr were not going to be present by his own admission. They were not going to be home that weekend, and he saw that as an opportunity. He has a record for burglary, trafficking, multiple felonies, misdemeanors for failure to comply, trespass, theft, criminal mischief, active warrants in 5 different counties, a minimal employment history, no license, and it appears that he comes into people's lives, including his family, Mr. and Mrs. Barr, causes them a lot of financial harm, a lot of stress, which is what they've indicated to our office, left them to deal with it, and the state does not see anything that recommends him as a good candidate for community control, and so we would request that the court sentence him to prison. Thank you.
Where do you live when you're living out there on the outside without running from the cops?
Most recently with my mother, father, Willoughby Hills.
Sit down. All right, I reviewed the pre-sentence report and the drug and alcohol evaluation. Listen to you. Listen to Mr. Matthews, Ms. Contour. I've considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. Place you on community control for 5 years. 180 days in jail with credit for 120. The last 30 days, you're going to be in the jail treatment program. You're going to complete it and follow all the recommendations. And you're going to go to NeoCap. You're going to complete that program and follow all the recommendations. When you get out, you're going to go to either Lake House or Concord Pines, complete that program and follow the recommendations. After you leave there, you're going to go to a sober living facility for a minimum of 6 months. Complete that program. No drugs or alcohol with screens. You're going to get a mental health evaluation and follow the recommendations. You go to only one doctor, one dentist, and one pharmacy for prescription medication, if you're prescribed medication. Take it only as prescribed. Sign releases for probation, get full employment, get a valid driver's license, and pay the costs and supervision fees. Any other terms? Ms. Henley? You understand the terms? Huh?
Can you say them? I went so fast.
Okay, well, 180 days in jail,
All right.
with credit for the 120 you've served. 60 more days. The last 30 of those, you're gonna be in the jail treatment program. You're gonna complete it and follow any of their recommendations. After you finish that program, you're going to NeoCap to complete that program. And you're gonna follow those recommendations. And after you complete that, you're gonna go to a halfway house at either Lake House or Concord Pines.
After that, it's gonna be
Finish that program.
It's like a year of programming.
And then you're gonna go to a sober living facility for 6 months.
Am I able to live at my parents' house, or I have to go to
You're
sober
gonna go to
living?
a sober living facility for a minimum of 6 months. Okay, so far, do you understand those terms? Now, your concern, your biggest concern seems to be, you're counting up time. You're sitting there counting as we go along. 60 plus NeoCap
Yeah.
plus Concord Pine, you're counting. Your biggest concern is how much more time you're not gonna be able to run around out there. That's your concern. You just told me for the last half hour that you wanna stop living like this and get help.
Correct.
So, I'm giving you the opportunity to get that help, and all you're concerned about is how many days, counting up months, that you're not gonna be able to run around out there like you've been running around for 25 years. That's your concern. She was right. She was right. I should just send you to prison for about 6 years. Then you won't have to worry about it. You tell me what you wanna do. See, all that stuff you told me is all bullshit.
No, it's not.
It is, because you're sitting there counting, now I gotta do 60 more, I gotta do 4 months here, I gotta do 5 months, 6. That's what your concern is. So listen, this is what I'm doing. You don't like it? You don't like it? First day of jail treatment, say, I'm not doing it. Then you'll come back here. Then you'll go to prison. I don't care what you do, okay? I don't care how you live your life. Aside from the fact that you're out there torturing people, and if you stub your toe, you'll go to prison. Now, no drugs or alcohol with screens, mental health evaluation, follow the recommendations. You can go to only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy for medication, so you're not running around to different doctors getting pills. Take your medication as prescribed, sign releases, get a job full-time, get a license, pay the costs and fees. Now, any other questions about the terms?
No, sir.
You're off to a rousing start here. If you don't follow the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, I will send you to prison for 72 months. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
The remaining charges are dismissed. Ms. Contour, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Now listen to me. You can, if you like the way you've been living your life for 25 years, have at it, okay? If you come back here again, you're not gonna be running around for 5.5 years. 24th, you left, ended up in West Virginia, understand that charge?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Novotny,
Your Honor, at this time, my client would like to waive the final hearing and admit to the violations.
is that what you want to do?
Yes.
What's your plea to the allegations?
Guilty.
I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. Well?
Where should I start?
From the beginning.
Well, I quit taking all my psych meds.
Why?
I didn't know if it was like making the, because it was like really hot in the summer, and I didn't know if the meds were making it worse, and it was just a lapse in judgment. Probably
Okay.
not my best.
Did you go back to your doctor and say, I'm not doing well on these meds and I need something different?
No, but that's what I should have done.
Why didn't you do it?
I have no answer for that, honestly.
Why did you leave here?
I have no idea, honestly. Like, there's no excuse for it.
I know that, but that's not the question. The question is why you did it.
Just struggling mentally.
What was in West Virginia?
My kids are down there and family is down there.
Okay. What were you doing in West Virginia?
Just to visit, it was supposed to be, but
If you wanted to visit, why didn't you ask your
I should have asked probation and.
Right, and I would have let you visit. But I don't think you wanted to visit. I think you just wanted to get the hell out of here. So why did the police round you up in West Virginia?
Out-of-state plates.
What does that mean?
A lot of the drugs down there come from Cincinnati and Columbus, so anybody
you
with
know that?
out-of-state plates.
How do you know that?
Because I used to live down there.
Okay. So they're pulling over Ohio plates all the time?
Just out-of-state
because?
plates in general. I was in the driveway, but they'd been watching my car because the out-of-state tags.
Did you tell her what I said before I came in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So who arrested you?
The drug task force.
What, the drug task force?
And fugitive, drug violent, or fugitive, whatever, I can't remember exactly what it's called. They were watching the house where I was at.
Whose house was it?
A friend of mine,
Who?
Elizabeth and Billy Jack Christian.
Are they like drug people or something?
No,
Well,
but
they
there's a
have
lot
to
of
be,
drug
or-
activity in that area, like a lot of their kids'
Why-
company.
Why were they sitting on that house?
Probably because of all the people that are in and out of that alley.
What do you mean the alley?
Okay, so there's 3 houses, well, 2 trailers and a house, and then there's an abandoned house over here. And there's like a lot of traffic, like all the local neighborhood kids are over there, like Billy Jack and Elizabeth's kids do drugs. So all their little friends are there in and out, so when they see
So
Ohio plates.
somebody's peddling drugs out of that house.
No, they're just doing drugs out of the house.
Okay. Well, people aren't coming and going unless there's drug peddling going on. That's why they were sitting on that house. They don't just wander around neighborhoods and start watching houses unless they have information that would lead them to watch the houses. So that's why they were watching that house. So now you're thick back in the middle of this drug stuff that you were in for a long time before you were on probation. So what drugs were you using?
I was drinking
What drugs were you using?
and did meth like 3 times.
Now we're getting somewhere. So now what should we do with you?
I would like a chance to maybe get back on my like all of my medications and get back to work and
so I don't lose my apartment and become, like, get back to where I was before
Where's your apartment?
on Liberty Street,
Where?
right here in Painesville,
No, what's the address?
551 and a half.
And who else lives there?
My boyfriend,
What's his name?
Tyler Filipasic.
What does he do?
He works for Jack's Pools in the summer, and at the moment, he's unemployed. He's working on getting a factory job.
Where were you working before you booked town?
GameStop before they closed down, and I was in the middle of trying to find another, like, new employment at that time, like, that fit in with my AA schedule.
Where'd you help out with Jack Bulls too?
What? And I was helping with Jack's Pools too, under the table.
Where do your kids live?
In Logan County, West Virginia.
Who do they live with?
Their dads.
Eleven and 9?
Yes.
Okay, why are they living there?
Because when I left my youngest daughter's dad, he, like, I still have, like, haven't had any contact with my youngest daughter, but my oldest daughter, I'm allowed to see her on video every once in a great while when her cousin lets it happen. Her grandparents, like, on her dad's side, both recently passed away from cancer. So that's why I was, like, trying to mend a relationship somewhat with their dad, like, attempt to, like,
How
I was.
long have they lived with their dads?
Since 2016.
Okay. Isn't that because of your involvement with the system?
Yes.
When are you gonna change that narrative?
I plan on, like, keeping it together this time. Like, I can't keep doing this. Mad at myself for messing up when I was doing so good to begin with.
Where did you go after you got out of NeoCap?
The marriage,
And what'd you do there?
90 days. Inpatient.
Well, what did you do there? Not how long were you there, what did you do?
A lot of work, like, on ourselves, like, the same with NeoCap, but just on a different level.
When did you get out of there?
December 5th of 23, I think.
24 probably? No, maybe 23.
I think it was 23 because, yeah, it would have been, yeah, 23.
Where were you going for your mental health treatment?
Crossroads.
When's the last time you talked to somebody at Crossroads?
I've been trying to get in touch with them since I've been here, but before that, it was, I can't remember when it
Before you
was.
left here, right?
Yeah,
Okay. How have you been trying to get a hold of Crossroads?
through the tablet, like, because Crossroads does the mental health here at the
You
jail.
haven't heard from them?
No, they keep telling me I'm not on the list to see the prescriber, but it's a long wait, they said. because of other services that they offer or something along those lines.
And how long you been here?
45 days, or 44 today, I think.
Your Honor,
Huh?
if I may, specifically October 28th.
So is it common that somebody's here 45 days trying to get a hold of them and they don't hear from them? It seems like a long time if that's true.
That is true, though. Like, I have on the tablet my medical requests. I've got like 3 or 4 into mental health. And their response on everyone is, you're on the list to see the prescriber. And so I'd kite them again, and then they keep telling me the same thing. But I see Dr. Solani at Crossroads is my prescriber there.
Did you make any progress on your driver's license yet?
Yes, I have my driver's license. I paid off all my court stuff. I've met every one of my objectives that you had set for me, sir.
Almost, right?
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, all but one.
How many days has she been in?
44 days on the violation, 368 days overall.
A year on this thing. You've been a year in jail on this thing. Novotny?
Your Honor, we'd like the court to consider her for community control and continue that. I know she wants to work towards getting reacclimated with Crossroads. To even talk about that issue, I know she called me in the jail December 1st regarding her mental health medications. Ultimately, I did call over there as well to check in on them as well. They said that she was on the list, informing me of that as well. So that was a known issue.
Has anybody ever seen the list?
No, Your Honor, I have not. With that, she has not been getting Wellbutrin and Prozac. She does want to get back on her antidepressant pills with that respect, get back with Crossroads with the mental health counseling she needs. I know she admitted that she went to West Virginia, she wasn't using her mental health pills, and she understands that she needs to keep on that course and maintain with her mental health in order to thrive.
Okay, are there holders?
Not at the moment.
I know there is an active probation violation warrant with Geauga County. They may be waiting to place a hold for them. I don't have up to the minute information on whether they placed a hold at this time or not, but
Okay.
it is an active warrant.
And that was the only one, or was there another one?
That's the only warrant that I know of
Isn't there something in Eastern County Court?
There's a municipal court probation case, which I don't know if they have
Okay.
filed a violation.
All right, I'm gonna keep you on community control. You're gonna serve 45 days in jail with credit for 44. You're gonna continue with Crossroads and follow the recommendations. You're gonna, not only with mental health, but you got a meth problem too, so drug and alcohol also with them. Got it?
Yeah.
You're gonna do everything that, the ongoing orders that I told you back in March of '23, and also you're gonna clear up these 2 warrants. If there's if there's holders, they're gonna take you. If there's
Yeah.
no holders,
They clear them up
it's
on
your
my own.
responsibility to clear them up as part of your probation.
Okay.
Anything else, Megan?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, that's it.
All rise.
Your Honor.
actually bring you over to the probation department and then sign on the new rules and all.
Twenty-six days of jail time credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for community control for Mr. Barnes. He does have a prior felony conviction from 2020. There are some other misdemeanor offenses, but he has never been to prison, and this would be his second felony offense. He did, it is my understanding, end up testing positive for methamphetamine, marijuana, and ecstasy, and certainly that is an issue that we do need to address. In speaking with Mr. Barnes, he also is very desirous of mental health treatment. He indicates that he has sent out multiple, I think, kites to the staff at the jail, but has not been seen by mental health. But he is wanting to be on community control. He is hoping that the court will consider releasing him as soon as possible so that he can hopefully get some of the help he needs, both the mental health, and he would ask that the court permit him to attend treatment for his use of drugs on an outpatient basis, Your Honor.
Well, I thought he communicated to Ms. Crook that he doesn't need treatment.
I do, sir, definitely. Mental health.
Why did you tell her you don't?
I panicked. I wasn't scared. I mean, I wasn't sure. I was just panicking at the time. Mental health is definitely something. I was doing it when I got a meal cap in 2021, but I didn't have insurance and I couldn't afford it, so I stopped doing it back then.
Where were you
and
going? Where were you going in 21?
I was getting out of meal cap.
I know, you said you were getting mental health treatment.
Oh, Signature Health, sir.
And then what happened with Signature?
I didn't have insurance and I couldn't afford it at the time, and where I was living out in Willoughby wasn't exactly the best. But being able to afford it, it was rough. The bills just kept getting higher and higher, and I just couldn't afford it. I didn't have the insurance, and now I have a good job if I get out, and I have the insurance I can get, so I can actually get the PET processors at the end of Bacon Road.
What do you do?
I'm a maintenance man.
Is that the old Hardy Industrial place?
It was a Ray van or something like that, a Ray van or something like that, yeah. Back with the tires.
What kind of business is it?
It's a polyurethane.
What do you do there?
Fix anything that they break. We have the big dryers that they put the product in, and it dries it. And I mean, they run the extruders, so there's a bunch of stuff. But the big dryers are the main things that break.
And how did you get to the point where you had the ability to perform that type of job?
Pretty much the maintenance background. I did maintenance for a trailer park, and then the hotel, and the factory, which I started off low as a lube tech, which we just walk around and make sure that everything's greased and oiled and clean the dryers out. And I worked my way up into the maintenance department.
So how long have you been using the meth?
It's been off and on. I haven't used it in a few years, and then, like I said, I panicked, and that's when I used it.
How many times did you use it?
There was a Sunday before I went and did the PSI, so I went out and used it.
That was the only time?
Yes, in the past couple of years.
You sure?
Yes. The marijuana I've used, but the methamphetamines is...
Well, why did you use it on that Sunday before?
Because I panicked. I didn't know exactly.
What do you mean you panicked?
Because everything that was going on, about doing the PSI and losing my job and going to prison, and I got scared. I didn't know how to handle it exactly on my own. It's kind of why I wanted mental health.
You thought the meth would help?
That's just calmed me, I mean, it calmed me down, and you don't think straight on it at all, and definitely not the way to live.
I'm suspicious that you just didn't use that one time. You used more than that.
Most people are, but yeah, it's just the panic thing, like the ecstasy, I think was in the meth, I didn't use that on purpose, but I think it was laced, but it's not something that I like to do, it's just, mentally it helps. You think it does, but it doesn't really.
It helps what?
It doesn't, it doesn't, you just think it does, it takes away the feelings.
How many times in your past use of meth in your life did those feelings that got taken away come back?
They do, that's what I'm saying, it doesn't
Every
exactly
time.
help. Yes, correct. That's why I'd like the treatment, to actually be able to stay in the mental health treatment and do it right instead of quitting on it.
How long have you been working at that place?
Since the beginning of the year, so I'd say like February, April, March, somewhere in there.
You can't fool her on this stuff.
Fool.
You can't fool her with what you were trying to do. She's foolproof.
Okay. Believe it.
Nobody's ever gotten the fake pee past her.
I believe it.
Where do you live?
In Madison,
Where at?
on Clyde Road with my mother,
How long you live there?
since February.
How old's your daughter?
I have an 18-year-old and a 10-year-old.
How you gonna pay that money back?
With my job,
When are you gonna pay that money back?
as fast as possible.
You seem like you're justifying taking that money.
I don't, not at all. It was a big mistake.
Well, you said they owed you for your last 2 days of work and your 40 hours of vacation.
It's definitely not justified to take something that's not yours. It's just, it was a rough time at that time.
Anything else you wanna tell me?
Not exactly sure. I don't know.
Ms. Bell?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report in this case and has several concerns. There was a recommendation for community control to include local jail time and restitution in this case. However, the defendant violated his bond in a few ways. He picked up a misdemeanor paraphernalia case in September, obviously testing positive for the amphetamine, methamphetamine, and ecstasy, using the fake urine. So the state cannot say that the defendant is a good candidate for community control at this time. And the state would ask for a restitution amount of $2,739.04.
What's the story with your license?
I went to see a buddy of mine and we started drinking and then we ended up getting in a fight and I went to leave and then I stopped and I went to sleep in my car and the cops stopped me, or didn't stop me, but found me and gave me an OVI for sleeping in my car.
When was that?
At the end of August, I believe.
Okay. So when you get your license back?
I have driving privileges. I think they suspended it for a year altogether. I have to go do the weekend class at the hotel. And I'm supposed to see that probation officer on the 12th.
Who?
Lisa, I believe her name is. I'm not too sure about her last name.
What court?
Western County in Geneva.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the letters that were sent to me, given to me in support of you. Consider what you said, I've considered the statements of counsel and the provisions of 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I'm gonna put you on community control for 3 years. 26 days in jail, credit 26. No drugs or alcohol with screens. I want you to get in a dual diagnosis program for your mental health and drugs and alcohol, and follow all the recommendations. You're to go to only one doctor, one dentist, and one pharmacy for any medication. Take your medication as it's prescribed, sign releases. Get your license back, maintain full employment, pay restitution, $2,739.04 to Holiday Inn Express at the rate of $200 a month beginning February 1 of 26, and then $200 on the first of the month every time thereafter until it's paid. Pay the cost and supervision fees. Anything else, Ms. Crook?
No, Your Honor.
You understand the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you don't comply, then the state will file a motion to terminate your community control. If I find you violated, you face 12 months in prison. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Matthews, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Get out, quit screwing around, do what you're supposed to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.